I call you Patrick.
Yes.
We know each other, so you've been retained as an expert in this case. Is that correct?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And Patrick, can you tell me a little bit about what you do for an occupation?
Yes, I am the CEO and principal digital forensic examiner for a company called Metadata Forensics, LLC, which is based out of Richmond, Virginia.
And what type of business is metadata forensics engaged in?
So Metadata Forensics is a full service consulting and training firm that does digital forensics on devices. We do expert testimony. We do training for law enforcement, attorneys, victim advocates. We examine any device that contains data or any data that's turned over to us.
Okay, so it's a broad range of anything that's an electronic or digital of any kind. Your firm engages in the investigation, discovery, and reporting of what findings you find as a result of being provided that data. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Can you tell me a little bit about your education?
Yes. So I have a undergraduate degree in criminal justice from Troy, and then I have a master's in science and digital forensics from the University of Maryland, Global Campus. Outside of that, I have numerous digital forensics training courses and certifications over a 15-year period.
Okay. Can you tell me, and you talked a little bit about the training, can you talk to me about a little bit about your previous experience in terms of government affiliations?
Yes. So I spent 20 years in military law enforcement for the Army. Throughout that time, I served in positions of just a regular police officer, through criminal investigator, through supervisor, supervising general crimes, drug crimes, and then finally computer crimes. When I finished my career with the Army in 2019, I was the command digital forensic examiner over the digital forensics program for the entire U.S. Army criminal investigation program.
Okay. And in terms of education training of other entities, can you discuss that a little bit?
Yes. So throughout my career and even currently under my current company, we continue to train attorneys, both civilian and military, and we also still train law enforcement, both military and civilian law enforcement, through the National Forensics Academy, through the United States Army Military Police School, in digital evidence and all types of crimes.
Are there any certifications that you have that you can discuss today?
Yes. So I've been previously certified as a digital forensic examiner and computer crimes investigator through the Defense Cyber Training Academy in Linthicum, Maryland. And then I also have multiple vendor certifications as well.
And if I understand correctly, I can't recall if you previously talked about you running the General Army's entire forensics examination department. Was that discussed?
Yes, that was my final position in the Army. So from the last 7 years that I was in the Army, I helped build out the digital forensics program for the Army Criminal Investigation Division at Quantico. And then we spread it across the globe, building multiple locations out with digital forensic support across the Army.
And then you mentioned the fact that you have educated lawyers, law enforcement, other entities. Are you currently in the business of teaching and educating at this point?
Yes, we do about 25 to 30 classes per year for legal entities and law enforcement entities in the field of digital forensics investigations.
And what about any professional associations?
Yes, so I'm a fellow with the American Academy for Forensic Science in the digital and multimedia section. And the affiliation there is, that's a decade worth of work to get to the status of fellow. I've spent time as the chair of that section, And then I've also was affiliated and have been a previous commissioner for the Forensic Science Education Accreditation. That is the program that accredits the forensic science programs at universities across the country.
And engaging in your profession, does that require any specialized knowledge or understanding?
Yes, it does.
Can you discuss that with me briefly?
So with digital forensics, the use of digital data that the average person uses on a daily basis, I equate it to the best scenario is the iceberg effect. So the part of an iceberg that you would see above the water, the 10% of it, is the amount of data that individuals would typically deal with on a device any given day. The 90% of it below the water that you don't see is the data that we specialize in looking at and getting to the metadata in order to do what's called attribution. And attribution is just the ability to say what the data actually means or what it doesn't mean or what it shows or what it doesn't show.
So when you use the term metadata, for someone like me, or maybe not even someone like me, someone who's at least somewhat educated in phones and electronics, what does metadata mean?
Metadata is simply data about data. And so, as an example, if you have a picture, you see the picture, but the metadata is all the information that made that picture become a picture. Dates, like date and timestamps, location data, information about the device that would have created that image, information about if the image has been manipulated, if it's been changed, if it's been filtered, if it's been cropped, has the date been changed, all the information that gets tracked by the operating system when using data is what metadata is.
Now, I'm going to get off the subject a little bit and move towards this concept of the manner in which you can identify certain phones through metadata. And what are the different ways that you can identify either a location or find that a phone is in a particular area, and what sources of information do you use?
So when you talk about locating phones, there are multiple sources. One being the device itself contains location data. The other are cellular providers who maintain certain amounts of data about the transmission of information between the device and the carrier that travels through towers and switches that they maintain. And then there's also metadata that's maintained by all of the applications on the phone, depending on what you choose to share as the settings with that application. There is data that you can request from Google, from Apple, from Meta, from Twitter. All of the individual applications also store data.
And if you were to identify the best source of information to identify the location of a phone, what source would that be?
In my opinion, the best source would be the phone itself. And I understand that there are settings that you can turn on and off about location data. However, there's data that is still being tracked within the device itself by the operating system in the phone that can be retrieved as well. That comes down to what they call native location data. Native location data is data that's populated on the device that is actually showing where a device would be.
Okay. And then what other sources can you use to identify the location, or at least a close proximity of what the location of a phone is?
So you can use information that is captured by the phone manufacturer or the operating system on the phone, be it iOS for Apple or Google for most of the other devices that are used across.
Okay. Now, an interesting question I have is, what if I have Verizon and another phone has Apple or T-Mobile? Does that change whether you can access it through Google?
It does not change. It just changed what they would store because it depends on what you're using on the device itself.
Okay.
So AT&T can have Android phones and Apple phones. Verizon can have Android phones and Apple phones. And so if you have an Android device, you would have some Google information because you're required to have that Gmail address in order to register the device.
So in other words, regardless of whether you, well, I guess I'll rephrase this. So in other words, by just having an Android device, you're required to have a Gmail account. In that sense, Google can track you regardless of through your Gmail account, correct?
Yes, they would have information about you registering the device. They would have information about what services you've enabled, what services you haven't, and then they would have what you're allowing to be stored.
Okay. Now, in terms of disabling a device,
Yes.
is it as simple as on my phone as just pulling my phone out and saying settings and turning off location?
So that is one way to turn off information. But the thing with Google is, as far as Google goes, is there's also web and activity information. There are settings within your Google account that you have to change, not just turning off location services on the device itself.
So if someone were even trying to disable their phone, it's more than just flipping to a page and saying disable.
Well, you could just turn the device off.
Okay. Or you do the turn off the location.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Now, I want to discuss with you, as part of your review, do you recall what documents and pieces of evidence you observed and examined as part of this case?
Yes, there are a lot. I mean, if you're talking about a specific item, because there were a lot of devices, a lot of data that was turned over to be reviewed, that was gathered through Google, through Apple, through devices, through other sources.
Okay. Now you, as part of this examination and as part of my office asking you to review this information, did you have an occasion to review some what is called geofence evidence?
Yes, I did.
Talk to me a little bit about in what would be my term, simpler terms, about what is geofence evidence.
So geofence evidence is, it's not something that Google intended to even be used in this manner, but the point behind that is geofence allows you to take a location, put a radius around it, and submit a search warrant in order to gain information about devices that would have passed through that geofence or within a certain proximity of that geofence.
Okay. And Judge, before I go any further, I don't have a direct recollection. Did we admit 137, 138, and 139?
We did.
Okay, thank you, Judge, Your Honor. Now, you had an opportunity to also listen to the testimony of Officer Stubbs, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then Officer Balance, is that correct?
Yeah, agent balance, yes.
Agent Balance?
Yes, that's correct.
And you had an opportunity to, examine what their testimony was in terms of what they presented to this jury. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you testify about some of the conclusions you drew from listening to their testimony?
So, well,
Objection, that's overly broad.
Let's talk about their location data in terms of their geofence testimony about Alex Cox's phone on, let's say, September 9th.
okay.
Go ahead.
What would you like to know about it?
Well, I'd like to know what you took an opportunity to examine the geofence evidence from September 9th and listen to the testimony of Officer Stubbs. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Did you find anything of interest in terms of his testimony that caused you to conduct further review?
Yes. So in listening to the testimony about how the geofence was done and what was returned as part of the search warrant from Google and the geofence, I went back and looked at the return data that was given back by Google for the geofence, and I found that there were more devices than what were actually requested to be identified.
And we've previously marked Exhibit 138, and I can put up on the screen and tell me which of these screens we want you to examine. Judge, if I could use the HDMI,
Yes, if you're going to
I'll let
publish.
you know when I'm ready, Judge.
Which exhibit are you publishing?
138. And not yet, Judge. It's and Judge, if we could at this point. Now you recognize this document, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was the document from Sergeant Stubbs, is that correct?
Yes, this was a search and a season search warrant that was submitted to Google to get the device IDs, or excuse me, to provide information about these individual device IDs that were returned from the first part of the Google geofence search warrant that produces anonymous device IDs that are assigned by Google.
Okay, and then if we look under the words, which are right in the middle of the screen, premises, that's addressed to the Google.
Yes, it is.
And then just below that, there's a line that starts with the word 11.
Yes.
And what does that involve?
So there, what's being requested are information about who those device IDs belong to.
Now, I need you to talk a little bit about that, okay? About the concept of device IDs. That ID doesn't necessarily mean it's a phone number, does it?
No, that ID is Google assigned anonymous numbers that only Google can trace that number back to an individual user.
Would this be properly characterized as a security issue with Google?
I can't say why they do that, but this is why they provide, when you submit the geofence, they provide you a list of these numbers, and then you have to submit a second search warrant like this one in order to get information about who the subscribers were that are linked to those numbers.
So if I understand correctly, and please correct me if I'm wrong, at this point, there was a search warrant issued by Detective Stubbs, is that correct?
Yes.
And it was sent to Google, and he identified 11 IDs that he'd like some information on?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then, and the manner in which he would choose these 11 IDs would be what?
So I can't speak to his exact manner. Based on the testimony that I reviewed, it said that they took all the data and put it in a system and attempted to identify the ones that had commonality.
Okay, and when we talk about commonality, what does that mean?
So commonality would mean that based on the review of my understanding of what they did was they were trying to show devices that would have been in multiple places.
Okay. Okay, and the information that they're including is described in A, B, C, and D, is that right?
That is the information they're requesting.
The information, the name, the address, contact, that sort of stuff.
That's correct.
Okay. And then at some point, as we scroll down, there is information provided. And can you talk a little bit about this information?
Yes. So in the far left column where it says device ID, that is the device IDs that we were talking about just a few seconds ago, further up. And then from there, the time and date is the date and time of when that device ID would have been seen inside of the radius that they provided for their initial search warrant for the geofence. And then you'd have the latitude and longitude, which would be the location data. The source of that action, or the source of why this was recorded or where it was from, would be Wi-Fi, GPS, and then that map display radius is their margin of error.
Okay. And Judge, does he have a red? You do.
Laser pointer?
Yes.
I think there is one there.
Okay. And if you really slowly again, because just so making sure that we track us, could I have you go over that again and starting with the device ID with the laser pointer?
Yes. So the device ID right there explains that anonymous number that is assigned by Google, that only within their records where they store this information are they able to link this back to an individual device.
Okay.
The next column over with the time and date, that is the time and date of this information here, which is the location and the source of that information, and then the margin of error that was recorded for the information here by those devices to be associated with that initial geofence warrant that was submitted for the radius of what they were searching for on that particular day.
So if I understand, we have the device ID on the left, which is under the word location 1. The next would be the date. And in this particular screen that Officer Stubbs requested, looks like September 9th of 2019 and at 9:18. Is that correct?
I see 919 as the first entry.
19. Oh my goodness, I need my glasses. 9:19:38, it looks like. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then when we're talking about the longitude and latitude, do you recall what location Officer Stubbs was interested in?
That would be the Chad Daybell residence.
Okay, and you reviewed this data as part of your review of this case. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And you reviewed this information that Officer Stubbs and one of the other officers, Balance, testified to regarding this information as well. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay, what did you find in terms of your investigation of note in your review?
So in my investigation of looking at this information and going to not just this paper copy of this record, but looking at the actual return that came back from Google that these records were contained in, there was a lot of other devices. And there was devices prior to 919 on September 9th, as well as devices within there's more records that were actually provided than what you would see here.
Okay, so to put this in plain English for me to understand and for everyone else to understand, what this data shows is that these are IDs of phones that are in the proximity of the Chad Daybell property or on the Chad Daybell property on 9/9 of 2019, correct?
Their devices, yes.
For devices. So this list of things that you have in front of you include all of the device IDs that somehow registered at or near the Chad Daybell property on September 9th.
This does not include all of them. This includes only the ones that they were asking to be identified.
Okay, and we're going to get to that in a minute, but I want to put this in context a little bit. So if depending on the radius, if a phone was either on the Chad Daybell property at any time or was near the Chad Daybell property, depending on the radius, you would get an ID of some sort. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is the source of that ID? Where is that ID coming from? How is that ID arriving? Is that through the Google app?
It is through all of the information that Google tracks from a device.
And when they're saying the ID, that could include someone who doesn't turn off their Facebook location. Is that fair?
It could be, yes.
That's someone who doesn't turn off their location on their Gmail. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's someone who could do something with their Twitter or any other app that they have on their phone and they just fail to disengage.
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Would it be that if there's a failure to disengage any location data on any of the apps, that you would get an ID number?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
What would be the process of obtaining IDs other than turning off the location device on a phone?
So this information that's being tracked across this, for instance, if you were to connect to a Wi-Fi signal from a device, you would also generate a field within this. And so it's not just the device itself, but what the device is doing and what information Google is populating within their records about what's going on that device.
Okay, so when we look at the numbers that are provided here, these are all a series of numbers.
Yes.
You testified that this wasn't an exhaustive list. What do you mean by that?
So the full list of devices, actually, it was returned in spreadsheet format. And when sorted, you would see one by the order of time and date, because you can see here a lot of these are out of time and date. Like, it's not in time date sequence, it's in device ID sequence.
Okay. Did you engage in any attempt to format them in a certain way?
Yes, I did.
And what did that involve?
So I took the spreadsheet that was returned by Google and I filtered the information based on the time and date so that it went in chronological order. And I was able to then identify the device of Alex Cox based on the information that was provided within their reports. And then I was able to take the device IDs that are further up in the pages of this search warrant and identify those in those records as well, commingled with all of the other records that were provided by Google.
So you recall the testimony of Officer Stubbs, is that correct?
Yes, I do.
And there was a representation regarding finding Alex Cox's ID among these searches as one of the pertinent phones located as part of this search warrant. Is that correct?
That's correct.
As part of this search warrant, did you recall any comments or do you recall any testimony as to whether or not there was any ID or information to suggest on 9/9 Chad Daybell's phone was also part of the location data?
I do not recall hearing that it was. What I recall from the testimony was the results of the Google search.
Objection non-responsive.
Overruled.
Go ahead, officer.
The
Officer,
results
I'll
of the
backtrack.
Google search showed that the only device that they were able to place with the association at the Chad Daybell residence was that of Alex Cox.
And that was at 9/9 of 2019?
That is correct.
So what we're saying is that on 9/9 of 2019, with all of this information from, and again, what was the starting time of this again?
On this
On
particular,
9/9, the earliest location information?
I
Do you-
believe it was 9/19.
Okay.
It's at the top, but
And then this went well through 11:58 or 12 o'clock that day at the very bottom of the screen. Is that right?
yeah, well, this is not in chronological order. So I can't tell you the exact final time, but it was, yeah, sometime after 12 o'clock.
Third one from the bottom, it looks like I have a 12:10. Is that what that
Yes,
looks
I
like?
see that.
Okay. So if I understand your testimony, is that on 9/9 at approximately 9:19 through 12:10, there is no identification data showing that any device owned by Chad Daybell is on his property. Is that correct?
Yes, nothing in the evidence showed that.
Okay. And again, we talked a little bit about the ability to disengage that information and turn off your phone. That's possible, correct?
Yes,
He could have been there and he turned his phone off, right?
yes,
He could have been there and he turned his location off, correct?
yes,
He also could have taken the time to disengage each and every one of the apps to make sure there's no location data, correct?
yes.
Is this an easy task to do?
It's not easy to turn off all of it other than turning the device itself off.
Okay. 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 Did you have an occasion to do further review in terms of the scope of what you observed in terms of radius on this particular day?
Yes, I did.
And what did that involve?
So what I did was as part of the filtering of the raw data that was returned by Google, not only did I put it in chronological order, but you'll see, if I can point, some of the radiuses that were returned or requested to be identified are showing 4,000 meters, 8,000 meters from the radius that was requested as part of the geofence. What I did instead of going that far out is I went and I filtered it down to 10 meters or less throughout this record and identified 19 devices from the Google record on 9/9 that would have been 10 meters or less in margin of error radius. And that's what the record showed, 19 total.
So 19 devices that appear to be within 10 meters or less of a range. Now we need to talk about the area that we're talking about. So when we're describing it, it would be like a box. Would that be correct?
So the way they did it was a single point of reference. They just provided a single latitude and longitude and asked for a 250-meter radius around that.
Okay. And when we're talking 250 meters, if my math is correct, that's 3 feet, approximately 3 feet per meter,
Approximately.
750 feet from a certain point.
Yes.
And where is that certain point on the Daybell property on September 9th? Do you recall?
I don't recall the exact point, but I believe it was in the backyard.
Okay. Okay. And you recall Officer Stubbs' testimony pointing to somewhere in the vicinity of a fire pit or a pet cemetery?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So when we're talking about 250 meters, we're talking about phones that could identify or be in the area within 750 feet on their initial search. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then you took the liberty of narrowing that down. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And the process of narrowing that down, is that a complicated process or is it a matter of moving numbers?
Yes. So it's not complicated. They provide you the data in a spreadsheet format. And so you would turn on the filters and then select the column, and all of the numbers in this column here that show the radius would come up, and you would just deselect all and only select the ones that are less than 10 or less for the number. And then the spreadsheet would readjust and show you only those devices.
So when you're lowering the number, and explain that to me, I don't want to suggest anything to you, and I want to be educated on this. When you're lowering that number, you're drawing a location closer to that fire pit and that fire pit area. Would that be fair?
Yes, it's the margin of error. So that margin of error, the smaller the number, the closer to the radius it would be.
Okay, so when you narrowed the margin of error, and again, what did you narrow it down to?
10 meters or less.
And again, tell me what approximately in feet, what 10 meters is.
Approximately 30 feet.
Okay, so approximately 30 feet from the fire pit,
Well, it'd be 30 feet from the radius.
30 feet from the radius. And we don't know, and what would the radius again be?
250 meters.
So 750 feet,
That's correct.
and then within 15 feet beyond that, That would be where the margin of error,
30 feet.
30 feet beyond, 10 meters,
Yes, that's correct.
30 feet, excuse me. That's why I didn't excel in math or computers. So from the radius, we then have a margin of error of approximately 30 feet beyond the 250-meter radius around Chad Daybell's fire pit. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then what did you find when you narrowed the radius down to include the 30 feet of margin of error?
19 unique devices during that time period.
Okay. And at that point, when you say 19 devices, do you know what the phone numbers of those devices are?
I do not.
Was there a further inquiry by Officer Stubbs regarding that?
Yes, there was.
And how many devices did he pursue of those 19 that were within the Daybell radius of his property?
So according to the testimony, he stated there were 12. The search warrant that is part of this record that you're seeing on the screen says 11. But then he says that he never got an answer from Google until he finally got a hold of someone from Google, and they made him shrink it. So he says they dropped off 2, making it 10 for the return.
Okay. And is that a common thing for Google to do?
So it is common for them to try and shrink your radius on the first search warrant of when they're providing these records, but I have not found it common for them to try to shrink the number of devices that you're asking for identification on that would be within your proximity.
So when Officer Stubbs did this warrant, your testimony is that there were 19 devices within that radius, correct?
Of 10 meters
Of
or
10
less.
meters. And then Officer Stubbs elected to pick 11 of those according to the warrant.
According to the warrant, it says 11, yes.
So he excluded 8 of those. Is that right?
No.
What did he do with the other 8?
Oh, you mean excluded from
From his
the actual data?
the actual data.
Yes, I don't know. They were not submitted. Those device IDs were not submitted for identification information.
Okay. So at this point, we don't know what the identification though, but Officer Stubbs identified that they were not of interest. You recall that?
Well, he stated that.
Objection, misstates testimony.
Overruled.
Excuse me.
Go ahead.
What I remember of it is that he stated that we're not based on the commonality. This is what they came to.
And when he's talking about the words commonality, what is he referring to?
The process that they chose to use to try to place the devices in multiple places that were associated with this return.
Okay, so and the multiple places, do you recall which of those multiple places were?
In this particular return, the data would have been the Chad Daybell residence and the Lori Vallow residence.
So in case there was some commonality in those 2 residences, the other 8 were excluded on that basis. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know why he chose to exclude them. I just know that they were not submitted as part of this warrant to Google.
So if an odd number of the device that wasn't at Lori Vallow's residence or whoever ticked off at Lori Vallow's residence, ticked isn't the right word, clicked or identified there, and it was just an odd vehicle that showed up at Chad Daybell's driveway, that would not have commonality. Would that be fair?
I don't know their method that they chose to do the commonality.
Okay. Would this be standard practice to do that?
Objection, calls for speculation. He doesn't even know the reasoning behind what they did.
It's sustained.
Would in your practice of evaluating evidence, would that be a practice that you would engage in?
No, it's not.
Why would that be?
I would have asked for the identifying information for all of them in order to identify the individuals that would have been within that proximity
And why would you do that?
as part of investigating the crime.
To determine exactly who was there?
Well, to determine who the information belonged to and what they may know, yes.
Okay. So it's part of of expanding the scope of what you're trying to learn about the case. Would that be fair?
That's correct.
So in other words, by ultimately excluding one phone just because it didn't happen to identify at Lori Vallow's residence, but it identified at Chad Daybell's residence, it still could be relevant to this investigation and provide information.
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Would the lack of contact with one of the common residences potentially still be useful?
It could be.
Okay. Now I want to go above the data that you have, and if you get the pointer out again, if you would help me.
Sure.
At the very top number, I can't read the ID number under the blue, the very top one. You don't need to read it, but that's the first entry that you were provided. Is that correct?
That is not the first entry in the records.
Okay. Oh, the earliest entry would be what?
I would have to look at the record to remember, but it was before 9/19.
Okay. Would it have been helpful to have records earlier in the day for any purpose?
Yes.
And what would the purpose of having requested earlier records than at sometime at around 9 for purposes of evaluation?
You could also identify devices that would have been there prior to that time.
So if for instance, if Mr. Daybell's device was there prior to 9 o'clock or was identified prior to 9 o'clock, that would have been one of the devices that you would have been able to locate or at least identify?
You would have the device ID and you'd have the ability to submit it to find out subscriber information. Yes.
And to your knowledge, that wasn't done?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And to your knowledge, again, there was no, based on the testimony of Agent Balance and Officer Stubbs, there was no identifying information that put Chad Daybell on the property at 9/9/2019. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I'd like to move down to, if we can. I may have the wrong. And Judge, could I just have a moment, please? And
Yes.
just turn the HDMI off? And the light on, maybe? Can I just have a moment, Judge? I'm having some issues. Can't get this out of the way, and I can't get this other one up. All right, thank you. This is a numbers file, so it's kind of like Excel. I see what that is. Clicked it a bunch of times. It's gonna open. I just need to be. But I'm ready. Sorry.
That's fine.
I apologize for the delay. Now we're looking at the date of 9/23. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And again, if you have the pointer, I can narrow this down again, hopefully. And again, if we can go through the analysis, we have the device ID, and if you would use the pointer and do that for me, if you're able to.
It's right there, that call.
Okay, and then the date would be again what?
9/23/2019.
And then we have the next would be the longitude, latitude,
The next would be the time.
the time, I'm sorry. And then the longitude or the latitude and then the longitude.
That's correct.
And then the last one would be the radius.
You have the source, which is GPS or Wi-Fi, and then you have the radius.
Okay.
And then the last column is a column that I added.
Okay. So, what's the relevance of 923 in terms of this investigation? Do you recall?
The relevance?
Would that have been the day that the remains of J.J. Vallow were found on Chad Daybell's property?
Yes, that's correct.
Objection misstates evidence. That wasn't the day that JJ Vallow was found there.
Yeah, sustain and strike that question.
In any event, the significance of the 923. Did you again listen to the testimony of Dave Stubbs and Agent Balance?
Yes, I did.
And this chart represents what?
This chart represents the information that was returned by Google for the geofence warrant based on a location at the Daybell residence for 923 during that time period.
Okay. And again, what did you find of significance in this information?
So this is the non-filtered radius version, but in this information here, as with the color coded, the yellow information, and this is also not time sorted either. But what I did is it was time sorted to chronological order, thereby showing the exact process by which those IDs would have been near that radius.
Okay. And the source of that information on your yellow, it says something about Homer at the very right-hand side.
Yes, Homer J. Maximus,
And then in parentheses, you have a name.
Alex Cox.
Okay. And would it suggest then that the yellow highlighted is the source information of Alex Cox's phone on the Daybell property on 9/23/19?
That's the information that's associated with that Gmail. Yes.
And then in the green, what does that indicate?
The green indicates that is information, device IDs that were submitted to have requesting information, subscriber information provided back as a return based on this information.
Okay. And again, did you do your analysis in terms of trying to determine whether this is a complete list of all of the phones that had contact at that time?
Yes, I did.
And what did you find?
So this chart should be the complete list.
Okay.
The charts that I placed and provided was the complete chart.
Okay. And what does that mean?
That it has all of the records that would have been provided by Google at that time.
Okay. And as a review of this, was there any further follow-up as to identify these ID numbers to your recollection?
Only the ones in green and also the one in yellow.
Were there other phone records that, for whatever reason, were not included in the search for identification of those ID numbers on that chart?
Not phone numbers, but device
Phone
IDs.
devices,
Device IDs.
device IDs.
Yes.
And how many of them were there?
On 923, I would have to look. If this is the entire chart that I provided, you would look at the white boxes for the unique numbers. You would
Okay.
have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
So there were to be 10 other devices that were not included for information to obtain. Would that be fair?
That's correct.
But there were how many, if you could count for me in the green, that the that they decided to do for further inquiry?
On this particular day, based on what I'm seeing on the screen, there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
So if I understand correctly, there were 16 devices that indicated phone location data at or near the Daybell property on the 23rd of September. Is that correct?
Adding in yes, that's correct.
That would include Alex Cox's phone data at that point, correct?
That's correct.
Did at any point you take the task of narrowing the radius to try to what I'm not sure what the proper word is, narrowing the radius to maybe exclude others that were not as close?
Yes, and I correct that. Including Alex Cox, it would be 17.
Okay. So again, did you narrow the radius to maybe refine your results?
I did.
What did you find then?
So as you would see within this chart, if you were to remove the numbers that are more than 10, you would see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, excuse me. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, so there'd be 4 devices that once you excluded, and again, the radius that you used to exclude would have been what?
10 meters.
So again, 30 feet from the location point, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And of those 4, how many of those within the 10 meters were sent for further identification?
None to my knowledge.
So when you have 4 phones that are within the 30 feet of the area set by Officer Stubbs, of those 4, they chose not to try to identify those phones. Is that what you're saying?
Objection, that misstates Stubbs' testimony.
Sustained.
Was there any indication that they pursued the identification of the 4 phones within the 10-meter radius that you just identified?
No.
Is there any indication through the testimony of Officer Stubbs or Balance that any phone device of Chad Daybell was located on that property on 9/23 within the time range you set forth here?
Nothing in the evidence I was provided or reviewed.
Okay. I'd like to, and Judge, I think I'm done with the HDMI, if that's okay.
Okay, we'll unpublish.
And I do need the Elmo on, Judge. You prepared a report in contemplation of testimony in this case, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And that was previously marked and accepted as an Exhibit 137. Judge, I took the liberty of providing the state with a paper copy. I'd ask permission that I think the state can acknowledge that the paper copy is directly identical to the 137 exhibit that I've submitted and has been accepted by the court.
All right, counsel, I need a sidebar before we get into publishing on that report, please.
All right, so what is Pryor trying to prove with this? That there were other people in the vicinity that could have buried the children on Daybell's property, and the FBI, DA's office, Ada County didn't investigate those. I think that's what he's trying to say. There's more people there. Also, with this testimony saying that Chad Daybell's phone wasn't on or wasn't there during that time, which seems very odd too.
All right, the court had a sidebar and we discussed Exhibit 137. There are some redactions already in that exhibit. However, there's going to need to be some additional redactions. And so in order to accomplish that before publishing, at this point, we are going to take a recess to allow for redactions on the exhibit. And then once we get those done and redacted, you can continue with your direct and publish the exhibit. It has been admitted, but we'll make those corrections before they're published to the jurors. So we'll take a morning recess at this time in order to accomplish that, and we'll come back on. We'll just let the jurors in the gallery know when we'll be ready to continue.
All right, please.
All right, thank you. We've got our jurors lined up, so please remain standing. We'll have them directed into the courtroom, please.
All right.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Daybell, continuing with direct examination of Mr. Eller. The exhibits been taken care of on 137 and admitted. So, Mr. Pryor, if you'd like to continue with your direct, you may.
And Judge, could I have use of the Elmo? May I?
Yes.
And before we start with that, I just want to recap a little bit. You had mentioned that from your review of the devices and the data that was provided, that Chad Daybell's, there was no indication of a phone associated with Chad Daybell was indicated on September 23rd, 2019 and September 9th, 2019 on the Chad Daybell property. Is that correct?
That's correct. No device ID.
Did you happen to look as part of the, and I guess we'll start with this, there was a significant amount of data that was provided to you. Is that correct?
Yes, there was.
And in one instance, there was a sizable amount of data, terabytes on one particular indication, right?
Yes, I believe it was approximately 10 terabytes.
And 10 terabytes would fill a room about what size? Paper to paper.
The way that, we've typically described that is if you were to take the Library of Congress, if it was all printed, just 1 terabyte would fill it.
Okay. So 10 times the Library of Congress is what you were reviewing. Okay. As part of your review, did you look at the status of any of the devices of Mr. Daybell in relation to the time of September 9th and September 23rd?
Yes, I looked at the return data for the chad.daybell@gmail.com, the information pertaining to that email account.
Would you be able through that email account to determine whether or not Mr. Daybell's account was enabled or not enabled?
I can say yes.
And when you say yes, does that mean that the account was enabled?
So the account itself was enabled and it lists the services that would have been part of that account.
Okay. And when we use the term that it's enabled, what does that mean?
That means it's active.
Does that mean it's receptive to gathering information?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to switch gears a little bit and go to the report that you prepared as part of your help in this case with me. Do you recall that report?
Yes, I do.
Judge, if I could have the Elmo again, I'm sorry.
You may.
Now we're looking at information as it relates to, I'll refer first to September 6th of 2019. Do you see that?
Yes.
And what does this information represent?
It represents information that was returned by Google for the homermaximus@gmail.com location data.
And whose phone would be assigned to the Homer J. Maximus at gmail.com?
Alex Cox.
So I start with September 6th of 2019, and it looks like it says 12/42/54 on September 6th. And what does that information suggest?
That information suggests that there was a location point located in the records for a device associated with that account to be at or near the Chad Daybell residence at that time.
Now at 12:42, it says Chad Daybell residence with that longitude and latitude.
That's correct.
Would that suggest that that device was on the Chad Daybell residence on September 6th at that time?
Yes, it would suggest it was there on the property.
And then again at 12:44?
Yes, that's correct.
And then again at 12:51?
Yes, that's correct.
Then at 12:53?
That's correct.
Now, is there any way to determine between those times whether or not at any time between the minutes between those that that device left the residence?
No.
Okay. And then at 12:55, the device associated with Alex Cox placed him on the residence or south of the residence?
That's correct.
And you put it something called Salem Pines Lane, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Any information that, do you have any information to suggest that Chad Daybell was at that location on September 6th?
I do not.
Okay. We'll go to September 9th. And on September 9th, are we still talking about the device associated with Alex Cox?
Yes, that's correct.
And at that point, we have a 9:15:43. It looks like it says south of Chad Daybell residence. You see
Yes,
that?
that's correct.
And then at 9:21:36, Chad Daybell residence, correct?
Yes.
Now I want to go back to the geofence. And when you talked about the geofence and the identifiers, the indication is this 921 is consistent with what Officer Stubbs had indicated, and Officer Balance indicated about the locator ID on the Daybell property. Is that correct?
That is
I would
correct.
object to that question. Nick, Balance did not testify about the geofence.
Sustained.
Officer Stubbs testify about the geofence?
Yes, that's correct.
And then again, we show the device at 9:22:50, again, indicating the device is at the Chad Daybell residence.
That's correct.
And then at 9:26, there's a indication that the device is at the residence.
That's correct.
And then there's a gap between 9:26 and 10:39. Between 9:26 and 10:39, is there any indication that the device would still be at the Chad Daybell residence?
There's no data to show that it was there, but there's also no data to show it was not.
So it's undetermined as to whether or not the device was there or not.
That's correct.
Would it be unusual for there not to be some sort of a ping or indication that the device was there?
It depends on what's being used on the device or if the
Okay.
device is powered on.
Okay. And then we go to 10:41. So between 9:21 and 10:39, well, from 9:21 to 9:26, for that 5 minutes, we know the device was at or near the Chad Daybell residence, correct?
Can you repeat that question?
Between 9:21 and 9:26, we know that the device was at or near the Daybell residence. Is that correct?
Yes, there were 3 location points that showed that.
Okay. And then from 9:26 to 10:39, we can't say one way or the other where the device associated with Alex Cox was in terms of that property. Is that correct?
That's correct, not from this data.
Okay. And from 9:39 to 10:41, at that point, the device at 10:41 appears to be in the vicinity of the Daybell residence.
That's correct.
Do you recall what vicinity it was in?
I believe it was Without seeing the map that associated with this, but I believe it was near the front of it.
Okay. And then at 10:43 again?
Yes, that's correct.
And then at 10:57, we're back at the residence, is that right?
That's correct.
And then from 10:57 to 11:39, you have some movement, is that correct?
Yes,
So at 10:57, there's some movement. And then 11:39, you have it in the vicinity, is that correct?
that's correct.
And then moving on, you have it north of the residence, is that right?
That's correct.
Now, I went back with you with the, in terms of Alex Cox's device showing that he's at least partially between 9:21 and 10:57, he was on the property and potentially off the property during that time, correct?
Could be.
Okay. And are you aware of any communications between any communications in terms of text messages or emails that were sent from the Chad Daybell device?
Yes,
And would those emails or text messages that were sent, would those have indicated a identification number and a location through Google by the use of that device?
they could have.
Yeah. And at no point did they indicate that by the sending of a text message through the Chad Daybell device that he was in the vicinity of the Chad Daybell property. Is that correct?
No records that I was provided showed that.
And again, September at 2:30, we have west of the Chad Daybell residence. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then south of the Chad Daybell residence.
That's correct.
If you don't have a specific recollection, but if you do have a recollection, you know how far he was from the residence?
I don't remember.
Okay. And again, we discussed this through your geofence testimony about the device of the Alex Cox device indicating that the device was on the Chad Daybell residence on September 23rd, correct?
That's correct.
And on September 23rd, you also testified that there is no geofence evidence or indication through Google or any electronic evidence suggesting that on the 23rd of September, Chad Daybell's device was there as well, correct?
No evidence I reviewed could place him at the residence.
Okay. And again, we place him at the residence from 10:55 to approximately 10:12. Is that correct?
That would be 9:55.
I'm sorry, I said 10. Not, thank you for correcting me. 9:55 to 10:12. Is that correct?
That is correct. Multiple time points in that time period.
We then go to the September 25, 2019. Do you see that?
Yes,
And again, we have the indication of Alex Cox's device on the Chad Daybell residence.
that's correct.
And that would have been from 10:05 on the 25th of September. Is that right?
That is correct.
To 10:24 on the 25th of September. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And again, we're referring to October 9 of 2019. And that would have been the date of the alleged paintball incident. The time that we have for Alex Cox, we didn't place him at any time on October 9th on the Daybell property. Is that correct?
The records did not.
Okay. But the records did show that he was south of the residence at 450, correct?
Yes, it did.
And then south again for someplace at 501, at a place called Salem Pines Lane.
That is correct.
So we have them there for 11 minutes south and east of the Daybell property, correct?
That is correct.
What is the radius for all of these?
I would have to look at it, but I believe it's 1.4 miles.
Okay. So 1.4 miles from the Daybell residence, that would be the marker for what you use to establish contact or lack of contact.
That's the radius we used around the Daybell residence to associate to whether there was a time point that would be associated with this data.
Now, previously you saw from I believe it was Officer Stubbs, they used a 2.6 or a 3-mile radius for theirs in terms of the location data for Mr. Daybell. Is that,
Objection misstates the evidence.
Sustain.
do you recall what the radius that was used by Officer Stubbs in his report?
250 meters.
250 meters. And the significance of going out to a larger radius would have been what?
It would just capture more location points of the device.
Does it affect the accuracy by just expanding the radius of how far you go out to determine this?
No,
So there's nothing in terms of accuracy that changes as a result of just going further out to try to gain more location points for, at least for Alex Cox's phone. Is that correct?
that's correct. The accuracy would be a separate reading. This was just putting points within a specific radius.
Okay. And then we didn't include this on the report, but you also reviewed information as it related to October 19th in regards to the device of Alex Cox. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what were your findings in regards to October 19th?
There was no indication that it was at or near the property based on our findings, which is why it's not in our report.
Okay. And then when you say that there was no indication that the Alex Cox device was there on the 19th, that is within a 1.5 mile radius of his property,
1.4.
1.4 mile radius of his property?
That's correct.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the concept of drive testing.
Okay.
You heard some testimony previously about the drive testing that was conducted as part of this case. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And in your review, did you come to some determinations as to what your understanding of what they did in terms of the drive testing?
Yes, I did.
What indications did you arrive at?
So the drive testing that was completed showed the coverage area for multiple towers surrounding that area. What that does is it shows you the coverage area that could be used by a device. It does not show you RF signal strength or signal strength from a device, but also what the coverage area does is from a drive test just allows you to see where you would be able to potentially reach a tower if you were to utilize your device across the cellular network.
Okay. So in other words, when you're talking about towers, if there's a certain angle, and let's say it's a 120-degree angle,
Yes,
that angle goes out for an extended period of time.
it does.
And wherever there may be overlap or otherwise, the distance that goes out determines a significantly large area for cell tower testing, right?
That is correct. And the difference in listening to the testimony about the drive test was when it was discussed about.
Objection. This is non-responsive to a question.
Sustain.
So based on the testimony that you heard about the drive testing, what were your concerns?
My concerns were the 5 degrees beam width difference that was reported between 2019 and 2020.
Okay. And when you say 5 degrees difference, what would that affect?
Well, it wasn't explained which way it was 5 degrees. So when you look at that sector, it's 60 degrees counterclockwise and 60 degrees clockwise. And without knowing the 5 degrees that it was off, it could change dramatically that coverage area depending on how far away a device would have been from the tower when it was made from that sector.
So for the use of drive testing, would that be, and given what you just stated, would that cause a concern about the reliability of drive testing?
It wouldn't cause a concern for reliability about drive testing itself. I would just wonder if the 5 degrees was taken into account for the mapping of the drive testing
Okay.
for presentation purposes.
Is drive testing considered a scientific test?
Drive testing is used by the mobile network carriers and providers to test tower coverage for signals.
It's not to be used to determine the location of a device to any extent of accuracy. Would that be fair?
The drive test itself can't locate the device. It only shows tower coverage.
Okay. There was some discussion about something called gladiator forensics. You recall that?
Yes.
And you recall that I believe it was Agent Balance talked about the availability of gladiator forensics to the public to test devices.
Yes, that's correct.
Did you look into the availability of gladiator forensics for someone like your corporation or the public?
I did.
And what did you find?
They responded to me that it is law enforcement and government only.
So is there any way you to challenge the reliability of gladiator forensics or their testing without a law enforcement license to do so?
Not with their tool.
Okay, so in other words, when some of the testimony regarding data, regarding phone coverage, regarding all of those things, you wouldn't, given that they use the tool of gladiator forensics, you would not be able to challenge, and we would have to rely on solely what they claim to be the information. Would that be correct?
You can take that data and map it utilizing other tools, but that doesn't mean that the algorithms that their tool is using will be the same. So the results may or may not show based on what is being set up inside the tool by the manufacturer for the parsing of that data. So not testing it with the same tool does not necessarily give you a reliable accuracy based on the tool they used.
Okay. So if there was a representation that gladiator forensics could be purchased by anyone for use, would that have been an inaccurate statement?
Objection, misstates the testimony. That was never said.
Sustained.
Do you recall Officer Belenz talking about the availability of gladiator forensics?
I do.
And what do you recall him saying?
He said that their tools are not, but the tools that you use to do drive testing, meaning the antennas, the signals, and they talk about it, being calibrated by Rhodes and Schwartz for the drive test tools, which I also reached out through Rhodes and Schwartz and through their distributors and was told that I could not purchase those either.
So we have to rely on law enforcement's representations as to the total accuracy of anything they're suggesting. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Rich, can I utilize the Elmo again?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. There is some reference here to based on records that you obtained about communications. Do you recall who these communications were?
You're talking on the screen, September 1st, October 31st?
Yes,
Like through those dates?
yes.
Yes.
Did you detail the communications that took place when Alex Cox was identified to be at the vicinity or in the vicinity of the Daybell residence?
I did.
Okay. And you identified those by date, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So on September 9th, there's one voice call, is that correct?
That is correct.
On September 22nd, there were 8 text messages, one voice call.
That is correct.
On September 23rd, there was one voice call.
That is correct.
And October 9th, there's 13 text messages, 0 voice calls.
That is correct.
You didn't identify, those could potentially be to a number of different people. Would that be fair? They aren't necessarily Alex Cox calling the same person, right?
They are not.
Okay. And that was based on the data that you had at the time, is that correct?
That is correct.
And Judge, at this time, I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pryor. All right, Mr. Wood, cross-examination.
I can be handed fence exhibit 139.
Yes.
And Your Honor, because of the digital nature of that, it may take me a minute to set up.
Okay.
And if I could also be handed States Exhibit 156 and 229 and 186.
All right, we'll work on getting those located and getting them delivered to you, Mr. Wood.
Thank you. And if it's all right, I'm going to wait to start until I have the exhibits so I can do it in a succinct fashion.
That's fine. We'll go ahead and get things located and wait.
There we go. Good morning, Mr. Eller.
Morning, sir.
Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Yes, sir.
You don't need to call me sir.
Just habit.
I get it. Um, I want to talk to you about September 9th, 2019 and the work you did in this case for that date. Are you aware of the significance of the date of September 9th, 2019?
Yes,
Are you aware through your investigation of the last known sighting of Tylee Ryan?
I am.
And that was September 8th, 2019, correct?
That's correct.
In preparation for your testimony, we just went over a written report you did. You created visual representations of the data you mapped, correct?
That's correct.
And Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes, which exhibit?
This would be State's Exhibit 139. And in fact, maybe we need to have a sidebar about the labeling of this because there's subparts on this exhibit. There's 14 subparts.
Previously admitted.
Yes, of 139 defense exhibit.
Okay, feel free to just continue, Mr. Wood. If we have questions, we can do
Okay.
that sidebar, but
Perfect.
if you can, for the clarity of the record, reference any sub-exhibits.
Okay. And I would list this as defense exhibit 139 sub 3. And Mr. Eller, does this look familiar to you?
Yes, it does.
This is the report you created, correct?
This is a slideshow that represents data from the report. Yes.
Thank you. That's the more accurate way to say it. What does this slide represent?
As far as
What's the data being portrayed on that slide?
it's just showing locations.
And are these locations related to the Homer J. Maximus Google account?
Yes.
And I've clicked on is this video? There's a video embedded in this.
That's correct.
Can you tell the jury what this video shows?
Yes. The video would show the time frame represented and the points on when they would show on the map during that time frame.
All right. And this slide, what time frame does this cover?
I would have to see the slider for the video.
If I start playing it, would that aid you?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to play it.
That entry said 0915.
And is there indeed a label up here that says this is at Chad Daybell's residence?
That's correct.
I want to go back to earlier in the day. What does this video show? In fact, is it labeled?
It says video of all Google location data for September 9th.
So if we were to play this video, it would show all of the Homer J. Maximus location hits that you mapped out
For that date.
for that date. Correct, for September 9th.
Yes.
And did you put any limiting margin of error on these?
Yes,
Okay, and was that the 500 meters?
that's correct.
Thank you. So I'm going to start playing this video and I'm going to move it to about 2 minutes and 42 seconds. I'm going to start at 2:38. Can you make out what that data point is?
It is a Wi-Fi data point
Okay, and where is it located?
in the vicinity of Lori Vallow and Alex Cox's residence, I believe.
All right, and can you pinpoint at which residence it is at?
No. Not based on the visual representation on the screen.
Let me ask you this. Did you locate any data suggesting that the Homer J. Maximus account on the morning of September 9th, early morning of September 9th, went to apartment 175?
Did I map that out? No. I don't believe so.
Are you aware that a device associated with Homer J. Maximus at was at 107, apartment 107, Alex's apartment, in the early morning of September 9th,
Correct?
and then in the early morning hours went to apartment 175?
That's correct. Yes.
And it was there, do you know approximately how long it was there?
Not without looking at the records.
Okay.
It was several hours, I believe.
Okay, thank you. So he was there for some time in the early morning hours.
That's correct.
I want to talk about a little bit later in that day. You did some work detailing, Your Honor, if I could unpublish for a moment,
Yes.
phone calls that were made between Chad Daybell and Alex Cox, or numbers known to be associated with the Chad Daybell and Alex Cox, correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, if I could republish.
Yes.
This chart, this shows a calling number, or this shows a phone call at 8:11 a.m., correct?
Yes, it does.
And the calling number is 208-690-9374, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that is a number associated with Chad Daybell, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And he calls 480-351-9120.
That's correct.
And that is a number associated with Alex Cox and the Homer J. Maximus account, correct?
That is correct.
And again, so that's at 8:11. Do you recall what time Alex Cox first shows up on Chad Daybell's property on September 9th?
I believe it is approximately 9:21.
So if we watched this video you prepared, it would tell us, correct?
I believe so.
And I'm going to pause when it first shows. So this data point that appears just south of Chad Daybell's residence.
That's correct.
And what is the time on that?
9:15.
All right. And what time was the phone call made from Chad to Alex?
I believe 8:11.
Yes, correct. Thank you. I'm going to play it again. And so what time
9:21.
does this show that Alex Cox's phone shows up on Chad Daybell's property?
9:21.
And this was also reflected in the cast report, correct, that you reviewed?
That's correct.
So just really quick, as we do this, the cast report used some different parameters than you did, correct?
That's correct.
So they used a 100-meter margin of error, and you used a 500-meter margin of error.
That's correct. There was 100 for that, 150, 250, 500 across all the different reports.
Right. And I'm just speaking about the cast.
Yes, that's correct.
And for different purposes, you might use a different margin of error, correct?
That's correct.
And at different points in an investigation, you might rely on different margins of error depending on what you're trying to do, correct?
Yes.
And so there's nothing invalid about using a 100-meter margin of error or a 500-meter margin of error, correct?
No, there's nothing invalid about either.
And Your Honor, I am going to now go to State's Exhibit 156, the cast report. And you reviewed this cast report, correct?
Could you clarify the exhibit number, Mr. Wood?
156.
156. Thank you.
No, it's not sure. You reviewed this cast report, correct, as part of your investigation?
Yes, once I received it.
So, and you recognize this slide.
Yes, I do.
And this slide shows in general some of the same data we were just looking at on the slide you presented.
That's correct.
And so just again, on September 9th, what you've established and what's also in the cast report is that Chad Daybell made a phone call to Alex Cox at 11 a.m.
At 8:11.
Thank you, at
AM.
8:11 a.m. And then just a little more than an hour later, Alex Cox or a phone associated with him or a device associated with him shows up at Chad Daybell's property.
That's correct.
Are you familiar with the burial location of Tylee Ryan?
Based on the testimony and the evidence I reviewed, yes.
And in fact, did you map that out as well, correct?
That's correct.
And you would agree that some of these location points for the Homer J. Maximus account are in close proximity to both the burn pit on Chad Daybell's property and Tylee Ryan and the final location spot for Tylee Ryan.
Yes.
As part of your investigation, you said you reviewed many devices
Devices and records, yes.
and records. Okay. In fact, real quick, I want to ask you about that. In your report, actually, I guess it's, can you tell us approximately which devices you reviewed?
Oh,
Is it too large of a number?
it's a large list. I mean, it was almost 10 terabytes of data that was turned over.
Okay. Yeah,
And
massive undertaking, correct?
yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
And it's difficult for any one person to get through all of that material, correct?
I spent a lot of late nights over Christmas going through data that was turned over. Yes.
Okay. Did you review a cell phone belonging to Tammy Daybell?
I don't remember at this time.
Okay, that's fine. You talked about not having any information, any geolocation data from Chad Daybell that placed him on the property, correct?
That's correct.
Are you aware that he sent a text to his wife that placed him on the property?
Yes, but that doesn't place him on the property.
Are you aware that in his text, he talks about burning limbs in a fire pit?
Yes.
And are you aware that he talks about shooting a raccoon
Yes.
and that he talks about burying it in a pet cemetery?
Yes.
And are you aware that there was a pet cemetery on his property?
Yes.
And are you aware that that pet cemetery is the same location that Tylee Ryan was located?
Yes.
And are you aware, Mr. Eller, that upon finding that text message from Chad Daybell to his wife and combining that data with the data that you see right now and data that you've mapped as well, was how law enforcement
Judge,
found.
objection, speculation, and argumentative.
I'm asking if he's aware.
Mr. Wood, first, let me make a ruling, and before you make response, please. So the objection is overruled.
Okay, I'll ask the question again. Mr. Eller, are you aware that upon finding that email, or I'm sorry, that text from Chad Daybell to Tammy Daybell sent on September 9th, and looking at that data with the data that's placed on the screen right now, similar to data you've mapped, was how law enforcement found Tylee Ryan?
No.
Would it surprise you that that information was how law enforcement
Judge,
found
I'm going
Tylee
to
Ryan?
object at this point. Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Let's talk about September 23rd. And Your Honor, if I could unpublish for a minute.
You may
And I apologize for the pauses. There's just a lot of digital data to be working with.
understand.
I'm going to start with what would be marked as Defense Exhibit 139, Subpart 13. And if I could publish at this point.
You may.
Mr. Eller, do you recognize this chart?
Yes.
And at the bottom of that chart, there's a call record that's been, there's some details provided for.
Yes.
Who is the calling number? Or I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. What is the calling number?
The calling number is 208-690-9374.
And is it correct that that number is associated with Chad Daybell?
Yes, that's correct.
And who is the call, or what is the called number?
480-351-9120.
And is it correct that that number is associated with Alex Cox?
Yes, that's correct.
And what time was that call?
0925.
And going back to your report, on September 23rd, the information you were provided placed the Homer J. Maximus or a device associated with Homer J. Maximus on Chad Daybell's property that morning, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it first showed up at 9:55 in the morning, correct?
I believe so.
So we have a situation here similar to.
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
Okay. So there's a phone call made from Chad Daybell to Alex Cox at 9:25
Yes,
or numbers associated with them.
that's correct.
At 9:55, Alex Cox or a phone number or a device associated with them shows up on Chad Daybell's property.
That's correct.
Are you aware of the significance of September 23rd, 2019?
Yes,
What is that?
that is the day after the last sighting, I believe, of JJ.
Your Honor, if I could unpublish for a moment.
You may.
And I will be publishing from Defense Exhibit 139, Subpart 5. And Your Honor, if I could publish.
You may.
Mr. Eller, do you recognize this slide?
Yes, I do.
Could you read the label of it?
Video of Google location data at Chad Daybell's residence on September 23rd, 2019.
And you prepared this video by mapping
Yes, that's correct.
of Homer J. Maximus, correct?
That's correct.
So I'm going to push play. And can you describe where I just paused, what the data being presented is?
Yes, that is a Wi-Fi location point with an accuracy of 50 meters on 923 at 0955.
And I'm going to push play again. And can you describe the data being represented here?
Yes, that is a GPS location point on 923 at 956 with an accuracy of 4 meters.
And would you agree that that location is close to the final or the spot where J.J. Vallow's body was found?
Yes,
In fact, could you point with your marker? I believe you have it marked on that screen. Could you point to the location of JJ's body? Okay, thank you. I'm pushing play again and stopping. And what's the data here?
that is a location point from a Wi-Fi source with 100-meter accuracy on 923 at 957.
And so at this point, is it fair to say that that device could have been located anywhere within that circle?
Yes,
I'm pushing play again. What is the data being represented here?
that is a location point that's GPS on 923 at 1002 with 3-meter accuracy.
Thank you. And I'm pushing play again. And is this another spot you mapped? We don't need to list out all the details, but this was
Yes.
a spot you mapped, and this was at 10:05, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. I'm pushing play again. This was a spot at 10:07 that you mapped.
That's correct.
Appears to be on the southwest corner of the property,
Yes.
but with it, that's a 92-meter
Radius.
radius.
Yes.
Thank you. Again, one more spot that you mapped at 10:12.
That is correct.
So you would agree with me that the Homer J. Maximus account that you mapped on September 9th shows spots close to the location of Tylee Ryan's body where it was located, correct?
You said September 9th? Yes.
Yeah, I'm going back to September 9th. I'm not trying to confuse you.
Okay.
Going back to September 9th.
Yes.
And on September 23rd, the Homer J. Maximus account is located, shows at least 2 points very close to the location of where JJ's body was located.
Yes.
And on both those days, within close to an hour of when the Homer J. Maximus account shows up on Chad Daybell's residence, Chad Daybell called Alex Cox.
That's correct.
And let me be correct, let me be specific. A phone number associated with Chad Daybell called a phone number associated with Alex Cox.
That's correct.
And just to be clear, you also, for this date, you also as well mapped out the whole day of geolocation data, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And I'm not going to play it right now, but so that you could actually watch Chad Daybell's movements throughout the day.
Objection, Judge.
Overruled.
Judge, mischaracterization?
The question's not done yet, so at this stage, I'm overruling an objection. Go ahead, Mr. Wood.
Let me rephrase that. Either way, you can watch on these videos you prepared the location. I'm not going to say in real time because it's in shortened time, but of the location data of the Homer J. Maximus account.
That's correct.
And we talked about methodologies earlier, how sometimes in a different investigation, you might use one methodology, you might use something else for another investigation. And there's valid reasons to be using different methodologies, correct?
Yes.
And in this case, well, let me rephrase that. And I think you know what I'm trying to say, right? Once the Homer J. Maximus account showed up in there, if it had less than a 500-meter margin of error, you mapped it.
Yes, that's correct.
Mr. Defense Counsel spoke with you briefly about October 9th.
Yes.
And I would note in your report, and it's in there, that you disagree with the FBI about the number of text messages that were exchanged between Alex and Chad.
That's correct.
Even based on what you found.
That's correct.
Yeah, and based on what you found, you show that 13 text messages were exchanged between Chad Daybell and Alex Cox on October 9th.
That's correct.
And you're aware that that same day, Tammy Daybell reported being shot at by a paintball gun.
I didn't know that it was shot at. That's not what my understanding of it is.
Okay. But you're aware there was that incident.
That's correct.
Okay. And at the time of that incident, the Homer J. Maximus account, as far as you can tell, was located in Rexburg, correct?
That is, well, what I can tell is that it was not within that radius.
Okay. That's fair. So it wasn't in that 1.4 mile radius.
That's correct.
So you didn't map out where else it went.
I did, but
Okay.
it was not reported for the purpose of that report for that radius around the
Okay.
residence.
So you for the purposes of your investigation, you mapped it out. It's not on your report.
That's correct.
Okay. And that's fair. Are you aware through the Homer J. Maximus account where Alex Cox went earlier that day in Idaho Falls?
I believe so, yes.
Are you aware that he went to a Sportsman's Warehouse?
Yes.
Did you review any reports on what he purchased while he was there?
I believe it was in the discovery, yes.
Okay. Now, with your 1.4 mile radius, that excluded the Homer J. Maximus account for October 18th, correct?
That is correct.
But are you aware, or were you aware, that the Homer J. Maximus account was located 2.5 to 2.6 miles just south of Chad Daybell's residence that night?
At Salem Church, yes.
Yes. Okay, thank you. And you're aware that multiple text messages were shared between Chad Daybell and Alex Cox that night?
Yes.
And they were on phones that they had both activated on October 9th. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
And is it because of the 1.4 mile radius that you did not include those text messages in your report?
That's correct.
Really quick on the geofence. Mr. Pryor talked with you about Detective Stubbs' testimony that Google informed him they would only return information on a specific number of Google IDs.
Yes, that's correct. I was a little confused at first because there's been a bunch of numbers and none of them were the same.
And it was your testimony that you're not familiar with Google doing that.
I'm not familiar with them limiting what we're asking them to describe or provide subscriber information for. That is correct.
But that doesn't mean that's not what they said to Mr. Stubbs.
That's correct. I seen no documentation from Google that said that they asked for that either, though.
Okay. That was based on his testimony.
Correct. I'm just saying from the Google responses, their returns and the emails that went back and forth through LERS, I didn't see anything where they said that they were limiting that.
Okay. And again, that information is just based on Detective Stubbs' testimony.
Correct.
And you do agree that in that geofence, the Homer J. Maximus account does show up on Chad Daybell's property.
Yes.
In fact, it's similar to these areas you've mapped.
Yes, I think identical.
Yes. And are you aware of, through your review of the discovery, Alex Cox's relationship with Chad Daybell?
I believe he's his brother-in-law.
Well, he was his brother-in-law, correct?
Correct.
You're aware that Alex Cox is deceased?
Yes, sorry.
No, that's okay. Did you review any iCloud accounts belonging to Lori Vallow?
I did.
Did you listen to any audio of blessings being given by Chad Daybell?
Judge, I'm
to
going to
Alex
object at this
Cox?
point. It goes beyond the scope of direct examination.
Sustained.
May I briefly argue, Your Honor?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Wood.
I'm asking him about digital evidence he's reviewed, which was the substance of his testimony.
Judge, that's a broad sweep.
Yeah, I think it's outside the scope of anything brought up on direct, Mr. Wood, at this point.
Okay, thank you. That's fine. And you testified you were unable to find any geolocation data for Chad Daybell?
That's correct.
And you're aware through your review that Chad Daybell used multiple phones?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
All right, thank you, Mr.
I
Wood.
have multiple exhibits here to return to the court.
Very well.
So in my mind, Mr. Eller's testimony didn't really change anything or give us anything new. It was pretty much exactly what the cast team had said. I don't know. What do you think?
Motion to approach the podium.
You may.
Mr. Eller, Prosecutor Wood indicated that there was a phone call at 8:11 from Chad Daybell to Alex Cox.
Yes.
Do you have any information that the warrants that they obtained from Google would have included data information from that phone call?
No.
In fact, there was no data information that they investigated regarding that phone call. Is that correct?
I believe that there would have been a record, a cell tower transmission record for the call.
Okay. But there would be no identifiable way to say the location of Mr. Daybell's phone. Is that right?
Not an exact location, no.
And then that applies to the 923 as well. Is that correct?
That's correct.
On those phone calls, is there any indication, in fact, all of these phone calls that were referenced, is there any indication whatsoever of what was discussed on those phone calls?
No.
Okay. And again, on 9/9 and 9/23, during the time that Alex Cox's phone is showing he's on the Chad Daybell property, do you have any electronic information or data of any kind to suggest that Chad Daybell's device was on the property at the same exact time.
No.
Nothing else, Judge.
Thank you. All right, that'll conclude the testimony of Mr. Eller then. Are we going to have him remaining under subpoena from the defense?
No, Judge, he's excused. Thank you, Mr. Eller, for the defense.
State.
The state doesn't have him under subpoena, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. That concludes your testimony. Thank you for appearing and testifying today. You can go ahead and step down.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Judge Boyce is so nice. I'm in the Judge Boyce fan club.
All right, the defense may call its next witness, Mr. Pryor.
And Judge, I may need a minute to see if he's arrived.
Okay,
He's here. I've been told he's here.
Oh my God.
May I have
here we
again
go
permission to approach the podium, Judge?
yes.
And if the court would allow me, when I may proceed.
Yeah.
Judge, the defense would call Dr. Greg Hampinkian.
Very well.
And Judge, while we're waiting for Dr. Hampinkian, there was a stipulated exhibit that the court had delayed ruling on. The Atria, it was a 49A. It's in the possession of the clerk. I'm asking at this point, my understanding is that by stipulation of the parties that exhibit would be admitted.
Which prosecutor's responding on this?
I am, Your Honor, and I'd ask for a sidebar real quick.
Very well.
Oh, that's exciting. The DNA expert. I swear, Pryor's just dragging this out and wasting everyone's time. Oh, I see him back there. Is he famous or infamous? Oh, they're pushing him out. And he's just going to say what we already know, that Chad's DNA was not found on any of the duct tape or any of the plastic bags. We already know that. The only and even Alex's DNA was not found there either. The only DNA that was found was Lori's. So I don't think he's going to tell us anything we don't already know. Do you think we're going to get into closing arguments tomorrow? Right before Memorial Day? The jury will come back in 10 minutes just so they can be free Memorial Day. Yeah, I agree. I think that would be the best case. That Pryor's stalling. Come.
All right, thank you, counsel. After the sidebar, I'll suggest still we have the witness take the stand, and if there's a proposed offering of an exhibit, we'll take that up after the witness has been on the stand and under oath. So I know they were in the courtroom, Dr. Hampikian, as they go ahead and have him brought in, please.
Solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Good morning.
Morning.
Would you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
I'm Greg, Greg, Hampikian, Ham as in Mary, P as in Peter, Ikian as in Nancy.
Okay. And it's Dr. Hampikian, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, in full disclosure, we do know each other, don't we?
From this case, yes.
Okay. And how would you prefer, for purposes of this hearing, that I address you as either your first name, or was Dr. Hampikian what you would prefer?
Probably given the formality, Dr. Hampikian's
Okay.
what I'm used to.
So, Dr. Hampikian, can you briefly explain to me your occupation?
I'm a professor at Boise State University. I have a laboratory there. We work on a lot of DNA projects, forensics, viruses, cancer, and I have a joint appointment. So I'm in the biology department, but I have a joint appointment in criminal justice so that I can take on some of their students for projects, occasionally lecture over there. And then I'm an adjunct lecturer at the University of Idaho College of Law. And then I also consult on cases like this, which are private cases. And I head up something called the Forensic Justice Project that deals with testing DNA in cases where people write in and say they're innocent, they've been convicted wrongfully.
And in that regard, with your forensics project, is that a nationally renowned project or organization?
It's funded nationally. We work right now in, I think, a dozen states, and we have a grant from the Department of Justice. They don't endorse anything I say. I always have to say that about my funding agencies. To work in 5 states in particular, doing DNA reviews of cases.
Okay. And there's no particular distinction. You will do work for defense work, and you will do work for prosecution work. Is that fair?
Sure, yes.
And have you testified previously in cases regarding DNA analysis?
Yes, dozens of times, yeah.
Okay. Okay. And can you briefly explain to me your educational background?
I have a PhD in genetics, a bachelor's in biology, a master's in genetics, all from the University of Connecticut in Storrs. I've had postdoctoral training after that on a National Science Foundation grant in Australia, working on the Y chromosome, the male chromosome, and then more postdoctoral training in Massachusetts in developmental biology, and a lot of professional development around forensics. And that's mostly done through the American Academy of Forensic Sciences or some of our annual meetings.
Is there any special accreditation or academic achievements that are recognized as part of your time doing DNA analysis?
I mean, the most important things are our publications. That's what we're judged by. So these are sent out for peer review. If 2 of the 3 editors think it's good, we might have to fix a few things and then it gets published. But I consider that the most important thing. And then we have certifications to put DNA in certain databases. There's a Y chromosome database. Of course, I have tenure at the university, which is another hoop. So there's lots of hoops we had to go through.
And this is not, this is Boise, Idaho that we're in, but you're an international, you're sought after in an international capacity. Would that be fair?
I don't know about
Objection
thought
argumented.
after.
It's bolstering the
Hold on.
witness.
All right, first of all, Ken, I'll be talking at the same time to keep a clear record. When there's an objection made, please pause so the court can roll, and the court is going to sustain that objection.
Have you had an occasion to work with international police?
Yes, I've worked with the French police. My mother lived in France at the end of her life, and I had good relations with them. We actually published a case that we worked on. It was a big national case that had languished for many years. It was the first time that a type of DNA familial searching was used. So we published an article. And I've worked with the Taiwan Forensic Science Lab, and we also published a case, and that was a man who was wrongfully convicted with DNA analysis that we asked to review, and the lab did the laboratory wet work at our request, and then we wrote a report together and then published an article.
So not only is your organization do your own DNA analysis, you peer review others as well. Would that be fair?
Yeah, right now, most of the work is review. It comes in on computer disks, so it's run at independent accredited forensic labs, mostly in America, a few international cases.
You mentioned the French case. Would that have been the Amanda Knox case?
No, Amanda was in Italy, and
That's
that
right.
was, that was a different case. The French case was Elodie Kulik.
Did you have any involvement in the Amanda Knox case?
I did have some involvement in that case. I worked on it for several years with the defense side, starting during the original trial where she was convicted, and then staying with it through to her ultimate exoneration.
And when
He
you
is
say ultimate
famous.
exoneration, eventually she was, through part of your efforts with DNA, she was exonerated of the charges. Is that right?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, bolstering the witness.
Oh, hold on. There's an objection. I'm sustaining the objection, striking any answer that came after.
About how many cases, well, before we get to that, about how long have you been doing this forensic DNA work?
Since about 1989.
Okay. And about how many cases have you worked on?
Work is some of these cases take years and years of a lot of work, and some of them are just quick reviews, but I'm sure I'm in the hundreds by now.
Okay. And you already mentioned that you publish your work in peer-reviewed journals. Is that correct?
Yes, that's required really of the academic position.
And required as part of being affiliated in some capacity with Boise State?
They generally don't let you stay if you're not publishing. Yeah.
Okay. And then I think I mentioned this before, but I'll mention it again. You do work with the police on these cases as well. Is that correct?
Yes, particularly in cases where the state labs don't have the technology and we have the technology, or they haven't yet validated the technology, and we can help the police in a lot of what I'd call difficult DNA cases where they're over 20 years old, say, and we're reopening them. So we have a lot of officers come to the lab.
You mentioned that, and that was where I was leading next, is there are instances where our own state lab doesn't have the facilities or the understanding to engage in certain testing that you have. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say they don't have the understanding, but they have a very difficult process. They have to validate, you may have heard from their experts, all of the techniques. I mean, it's a public lab. And so we're a research lab. We can kind of get to the newer technology more easily. And that's really the reason why I think people would come to us.
Okay. And you have testified in regards to helping the prosecution in cases as well. Is that correct?
I've been listed as a witness here in Idaho, didn't testify. I did testify in Atlanta, Georgia, and was paid by the Fulton County to testify.
As part of your, I'm sorry, I'll slow down. As part of your employment, is it part of your employment to train students who work in police forensic DNA laboratories?
Yes, I teach the forensic biology course. It's the only one at the university. And so several of my students have gone on and gotten jobs in forensic science in the laboratories. I have a graduate student who works in one of the with one of the police agencies right now. So a lot of people have come through the lab and end up in forensic science, some of them in state labs.
And as part of your occupation as well, have you had the occasion to instruct and train judges on DNA analysis?
So judges come a lot of times to the professional development that I offer for all lawyers. But specifically, I was invited twice to Montana to train the judges, and then once to Israel to train judges.
Okay. And has it had the occasion where you have helped solve what are referred to as cold cases?
Yes, I'd say the one I referred to in France is a notable example. And then Christopher Tapp, who was exonerated here in Idaho. We worked with the Idaho Falls Police Department to find a new DNA match, who eventually confessed to the crime that Mr. Tapp had served wrongfully for. And there's a case now that's going on in Idaho where we helped the police establish a new match in a murder that was many decades old. But that's not finished yet.
Okay, and so when I when I talk about what is called a cold case, that means a case that occurred sometime previously?
It has several definitions. I like to think them as old cases that, are just not getting a lot of movement forward. And some agencies will refer to them as cold cases. And there's actually special funding you can get from the Department of Justice that are aimed at solving these cases. So there are cases where there's no active suspect, and methods like genealogy, one of the new methods, can be used.
Do you have a DNA lab at your location?
Yes.
And is that a fully functioning DNA lab?
On good days, it's fully functioning. Yeah. It's it has the equipment that's similar to the forensic equipment that the Idaho State Police Lab has. We're not doing active casework, though. I send any evidence now to accredited independent labs, either the state lab or an independent lab. And that's mostly because I don't want everybody in the lab to get subpoenaed to come and work like something like this. And it's just easier. So for somebody writing a check, they can take all the responsibility for everything that happens handling wet lab items.
You mentioned the state lab. Has there been occasions when the state lab has reached out to you, the Idaho State Lab has reached out to you to consult you on issues?
I don't think the state lab's reached out to me. We've talked, and I certainly know some of the analysts, but I can't remember them reaching out to me.
And you do teach forensic courses as well at Boise State?
I teach forensic biology at the law school. I teach a course called Wrongful Convictions that looks at how we reopen cases with DNA. So that's kind of a forensics class. And periodically, I'll teach seminars on forensics.
And how often would you say that you testify?
5, 6 times a year, maybe, or less.
Okay. Is there a reason or an understanding as to why you don't testify more often?
I mean, most times if I review a case, I'm getting a bunch of data and I can run it through our software and check on things, and I go through all the records. And if I'm not contributing something new that someone has hired me to look at, they're not probably going to want to pay for more time for me to come and sit in a courtroom. So oftentimes, if I agree with what the lab has done and there's no questions, I'm not called to testify. And that's the vast majority of cases, I'd say.
And would you describe your profession as a specialized scientific profession?
Yes,
And it takes specialized knowledge.
yes.
And with your education and training, are there a number of people who obtain your or have your specialized knowledge in this field?
I mean, I get to meet with my colleagues. I'm a fellow of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences. There's a few thousand people there, and then I'm going to another professional meeting in June, different one, and there'll be a few hundred people there, hopefully, when I get to speak as well.
And you're speaking there?
Yeah.
Are there any special certifications that are required to do what you do?
Certifications. I mean, I have to, anytime we do anything at the university, there's 2 oversight boards that we have to apply to. They have questions about our methodology in terms of humans, like are we compromising anybody's rights? Are we doing any experiments that would abuse somebody in some way or abuse their rights? And then I have to go through the biology safety committee, and they also review everything. And then every year we have to go through all of our training again to be certified to continue the research. So,
And in order to do what you do, it's important that you maintain those certifications and training. Is that correct?
me and everybody in my lab, yeah.
Okay. Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about a concept of transferring DNA. Can you, in general, give me a broad overview of what the concept of transfer of DNA means?
So transfer is really at the center of DNA. You've probably heard of latent print evidence. It's very hard to transfer somebody's thumbprint from your glass to, say, a weapon. But DNA can move very easily, and so we always have to be cautious about making conclusions about how DNA got somewhere. So I like to say DNA is really good at telling us something about who may have contributed, but the how it got there, that's really for the triers of fact, for the jury or the judge. And as a DNA analyst, I can't tell. And the reason I can't tell is because DNA does move. It's how we get it. We take a swab, it just is a Q-tip, you wet it, and you rub it on something. And then you take a dry swab and you rub it. And both of those, just like you might clean up a pudding stain or something from a kid on a cloth, you transfer some of that material to your swab, so wet swab and a dry swab. And then you have to get that material off the swab, and it's as easy as putting it in water with a few chemicals, and the DNA comes off. So DNA moves around all the time. When we talk about touch DNA, a term I really don't like because it implies we know how it got somewhere, someone touched with their hand, but really the way we get DNA on our hands, what the research shows is you touch your face, you're washing your hands during the day, but you touch parts of your body, you might scratch your ear, whatever, and all of those loose cells are transferred to your hands. So even what we call touch DNA is mostly transferred from somewhere else. So that's why I'm very cautious about speculating how DNA got anywhere. I don't know any better than anyone with common sense how DNA got somewhere. It's who could have contributed it.
Okay. So it's an issue of who contributed as to how it actually got there.
For me, yes, that's what I think is the limits of my ability.
And the fluidity of DNA, there's a number of manners in which DNA can be transferred. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about touch and swabbing with a liquid. You could just sweat and some of those cells will roll down with the sweat. So all the ways you can imagine dust, say, moving, DNA can move.
So you just mentioned that the manner in which dust can move would that be the same manner in which DNA can move?
If it's dry and flaky, but DNA can also be in liquids. So yeah, it has a variety of ways of transferring.
So my touching of this microphone,
Mhm.
potentially I could have placed my DNA on the speaker of this microphone.
Likely you did, whether it will be detected with a single swab or not, I don't know. But yeah, we on contact, our cells, sorry, are shedding all the time. So on contact, you're probably leaving a few.
So when you say something as likely as touching something, if you were to have any kind of contact with any particular item, is there a high likelihood or a good likelihood that that DNA would be transferred to that item?
Several levels to that question. When did I wash my hands? How long did I touch it? How vigorously? Am I a shedder? Do I have psoriasis or dandruff? And so there's a lot of questions just about me and my contact with something or a person's contact. But then there's also the laboratory, what technique they're using. In my lab, we can detect down to a single cell, not 100% of the time, maybe 20% of the time or so, where we can get DNA from a single cell if we want to.
And I'm going to jump around a little bit before
Mhm.
I get back to the single cell
Yeah.
analysis. DNA and the transfer of DNA can be in relation to how much friction's involved with the surfaces. Would that be fair?
Yes.
And talk a little bit about that.
Just like when you want to rub something off your body or exfoliate, the more rubbing, obviously, the more raw you're going to make the skin. And the first thing that comes off is just an outer layer. That's all the dried keratinocytes. They kind of link together and they give you waterproofing. So that first layer goes. But if you keep scrubbing, you'll get down to tissue. You'll get tissue fluid, and then you'll get blood, and you'll get other bits of tissue. So it depends how vigorous in terms of how far down you go, how many layers, and then also just the amount of friction. Just like you'd imagine, if you're filing your nails, more friction, more removal of biological material.
For those of us that don't have your significant knowledge in this area, I would like to talk a little bit about this concept of what, and if you could put it into some context, what is a single cell?
Oh, it's very small. You can't see it unless it's a human egg cell. You can actually see they're big enough to see. But the type of cells we're talking about, the epithelial cell, you have to have a microscope to see. And so you can transfer hundreds, or I'm told we transfer pounds of these skin cells. So we're leaving a lot of them, and they're very small.
So and you're leading into my next question, because you can analyze down to a very minute cell that only can be detected with a microscope. Is that correct?
Yes.
But as humans, would it be fair to suggest that we are in a constant process of shedding skin and our DNA at all times of the day?
Yes. Yeah.
So in all likelihood, as I walk around, and if I'm shedding, my DNA is being placed all over this table, right?
Yes.
And even if I go to sit down in that chair, as a human, and the fact that we are human beings that are in a constant state of shedding, would my DNA also be transferred to that chair by sitting down on it?
It could, or if somebody else's DNA is on your pants because you sat somewhere where they, had their hand down, you could transfer someone else's as well.
And in addition, if you were to pick up or hold an object of any kind, there be a high likelihood, a good likelihood? Is there any way to determine what the likelihood is of how your DNA and what DNA would be on that item that you would pick up?
In a laboratory setting, there's studies that are done. We've done them in my lab where, you hold something quickly, you grab it and you rub it. We tried a bunch of different things. And I think it's kind of common sense about the trends. The more friction, the more time, the more transfer. But there are shocking things. Sometimes somebody handles something a lot and you get no DNA. Sometimes somebody just taps it and you get tons of DNA. So I don't know how to ascribe a likelihood in a crime situation or a field situation. just those general rules about time and friction are important.
So if I understand your testimony correctly, there are a number of ways to transfer DNA onto an object. Would that be fair?
Yes,
There would be ways in which you would touch an item and physically have contact with it. That's one way, correct?
correct.
There would be a suggestion that if you were just around the object and you were, like many humans, shedding your cells would naturally fall on or be present on anything that you might be around.
They could.
Your hair can fall out and be on something if you were to do that as well, just being in the vicinity.
Yes, common sense would show
Or if
that.
you were doing something rigorous or doing something in the form of an exercise and some of your hair comes out and falls, that's another way to track DNA.
Yeah, the hair is shedding like the skin and just more obviously.
So if you're around something, there is a strong likelihood that your hair is shedding, and then you're putting your DNA, again, I could be putting my DNA on that chair by shedding, correct?
You could. And if we looked for what we call environmental DNA, I'm sure all of us who've been in this room, have a high likelihood of showing up if the room is sampled really well.
And aside from DNA that falls off of your hair and falls off of our shedding bodies and skin, is there possible that DNA could also be transferred through our breath?
There have been studies that show that, and now they're having like swabs outside of zoos and they're detecting all the animals who live in the zoo. So there is a certain amount of DNA that is transferred in the air. And that's really an area that people are developing right now.
Okay, so in other words, the breathing on some object, I'm not talking about any other fluids. We'll get to that in a second. But the breathing on an object, or if you're involved in a situation where you're engaging in heavy exertion, and as part of that heavy exertion, you're breathing onto an object, potentially there would be DNA of you on that as well, correct?
Potentially, yes.
Okay. And then we'll go to fluids. We can get DNA by way of perspiration, by sweating.
Yes.
If you're doing some sort of physical activity,
Yes.
and a drop of your sweat were to fall on an object, perspiration, that would be another way that you would find DNA on an object as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then by way of spitting, as much as disgusting as it might be, all of us have been guilty of being involved in situations where fluid comes out of our mouth and places itself on DNA, correct?
Correct.
And then as far as sneezing or breathing out of our nose, if we have any kind of a cold or any sort of issue with that, again, that's another way that DNA could be placed on an object. Is that correct?
Yes.
So would it be fair to say that there are a variety of ways and manners in which DNA can accumulate on any object that you're around?
Yes.
It could be by way of fluid, correct?
Correct.
It could be by way of air, through the air.
Yes.
It could be by way of hair.
Yes.
It could be by way of having a physical touch with the object, as much depending on the level of how often you touched it, correct?
Correct.
Are there any that I'm missing?
Oh, I mean, I've reviewed all kinds of cases. People leave DNA in a bite mark of a cheese sandwich and a gum wrapper. There's lots of ways you can think of trying to find. And I always tell people, if they say, "Hey, can I get DNA off this thing?" I'm like, we won't know until we try. And so I've been surprised. We've gotten DNA from bodies that have been submerged in water for days, foreign DNA, and that always surprises me. You just don't know until you try.
So would it be fair to say that there's no real way to take any precautions to prevent your DNA from being placed on anything in particular? Would that be fair?
Oh, I think
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
Okay. I'll rephrase. In other words, DNA has a lot of fluidity.
movement-wise,
Movement.
yes. Mhm.
And there are a number of ways and manners in which your DNA, whether you mean it or not, inadvertently or intentionally, can be placed on items with even the most limited amount of contact. Would that be fair?
Yes, it's not always the case, but you test it and you see, yes.
Okay. And Judge, at this,
Yeah, I apologize. We do have a request for a break at this
and
point.
Judge, I was going to do that. I'm going to be getting into an area that I think maybe we would,
All
if we
right.
could take our break. I would ask Dr. Hempinking to please show up again after lunch.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and take the lunch recess at this time. We'll recess from 12 to 1, be back on for additional testimony at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
All right, Pete.
Thank you. We've got our jurors lined up, so please remain standing. We'll have them enter the courtroom. All right.
Here's all President Counter for you, Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, Mr. Pryor, you may continue. We are back on the record on KCR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Daybell. We took the lunch recess. We're back on the record with additional testimony. Dr. Hampikian is on the stand. I'll remind the witness you're still under oath for your testimony. And Mr. Pryor, you may continue with your direct if you wish. You may.
Good afternoon, Dr. Hampikian.
Good afternoon.
I think where we left off, is I was going to start talking up the testing procedures that were conducted in this particular group of evidence that you were provided. And before we do that, can you then identify, if to the best of your recollection, what evidence you looked at and what did it encompass?
I was supplied with a number of documents and electronic files The things that are most important to me are the electronic files with the DNA data, because we have our own software that we can review that through and do probabilities and interpretations from. But I also receive things like, CVs and laboratory records that we review, and then a list of evidence, a lot of which wasn't tested. So I have, there are dozens of items on these lists of evidence. And what's most important is the things that were tested. And so for those, I have reports from 3 laboratories, Bodie Laboratories, Estrella, and the Idaho State Police Forensic Lab. And along with those, we have electronic records that allow us to reanalyze if we need to, if there's any problems. And I can't remember what other documents. There's a large packet of things that come through, but really it's the biological evidence that I pay most attention to.
And in regard to the state lab, you read a report which described a number of hairs on a piece of adhesive. Do you recall that tape?
Yeah, there were a lot, more than a dozen hairs, as I recall, but a lot of hairs.
And do you recall the different colors of those hairs on that adhesive?
Brown. There was very short, dark hair, a blonde hair. Those are the ones I remember. And obviously there were a number of the dark hairs, and I think several of blonde hairs.
And at some point, as a result of on that tape and those hairs, and you said over a dozen hairs on that tape?
I don't know if they were all from that tape, but there are a bunch of hairs listed and only a few went on to testing. So
okay, and when you talk about that, the state lab is not the agency that's going to test that. Is that correct?
The state lab tests hairs generally when there's a root on them, but some of these other tests where there's no root, it's just the hair shaft. There are labs like Bodie and Estrella, both of the other 2 labs, that will process those and get really good results from hairs without roots.
And is it possible to obtain DNA from hairs without roots?
Yeah, just about, just a few years ago, 3-4 years ago, they started advertising this at some of the private labs that police agencies use, like Bodie. And then Estrella is one of the newer companies that specializes in, particularly in hairs that don't have roots.
Okay, so as far as Estrella is concerned, the only thing that you have in terms of Estrella is that of the brown hairs, the blonde hairs, and the short hair, the brown hairs were sent over for testing to Estrella. Is that what you recall?
Not all of them, but for some reason, certain ones were selected. Okay. And as I recall, 4 test hairs went to Estrella, and their first test is to do what's called a low depth sequencing. So they're basically just going to sequence parts of the 3 billion bases, not the whole thing. And that's because it's cheaper and it takes less computer time. And they can then tell you if the hairs are sufficient to go on further. So from that first shallow sequencing that they do, they get what they call a mitochondrial haplotype. They get some information about DNA we get from our mothers. And in that short sequencing, and the first thing they can do, they can tell if hairs are different from each other. And so they did that with the 4 hairs.
Did they compare those hairs on the ones that they sent to Estrella against any, and I'm not sure what the proper term is, people or references. I'm sorry, I struggled for the word.
So there are 3 references that were sent to Estrella: Chad Daybell, Lori Vallow, and JJ. And so those were the only 3 references that went through the type of testing that Estrella does. So this is a very particular type of testing, a sequence testing, different than what the state lab does currently. And so they could only compare it to those 3 samples, the 4 hairs that they had. They determined from the 4 hairs, that shallow sequencing, that 2 of the hairs came from possibly the same person. So they had 3 different people out of 4 hairs, and then they compared it to the 3 references they had, and all of the reference samples were excluded from each of those 4 hairs that represent 3 people. So neither Chad Daybell nor Lori Vallow nor JJ contributed those hairs. And then they there's further analysis than they did, but that's the first main conclusion is there's 3 different people who don't match the 3 reference samples who left hairs that were sent to Estrella.
So at this point, what was basically sent to Estrella, the conclusion is that Chad Daybell was excluded as providing any of the hairs that were provided to Estrella as a positive. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Did you find any evidence of anything that you provided that were provided to you through these DNA reports indicating that Chad Daybell's DNA was present on anything?
No.
I want to talk to you about conclusions and what type of conclusions someone in your field of DNA forensics can arrive at. And if you would talk a little bit about that, I'd appreciate it.
Sure. In these common types of tests, there's basically 3 conclusions. I can say someone is excluded. And in other words, there's too many mismatches. And I can just say it's clearly not this reference sample that donated DNA to this evidence sample. So that's exclusion. And sometimes a statistic is provided, but it's not required. You can just say they're excluded and show the data. The other option that's informational is that they cannot be excluded. So that means they could have contributed that DNA on the evidence. And then we have to supply a statistic. Is it 1 out of 2 people would match it? What's the coincidental match? Is it 1 out of 100 trillion? And the third option is you can say it's inconclusive. So you can have exclusion, cannot be excluded with a statistic, inconclusive. When is it inconclusive? I drop a tube in lab. There's nothing in the tube. The test doesn't work. There's not, I doubt the results somehow. And that's an inconclusive. So those are the 3 options that we have.
Okay. And then when you get a conclusion that it's a negative result, what does that mean?
That's a really bad term because it means that what's negated is the hypothesis that was being tested. So, for example,
explain that to me when you say what's negated is the hypothesis being tested.
Let's say someone is accused of a crime and I swab a handle of a knife, let's say. I have a reference sample from the accused. And really what I'm doing is hypothesizing that the reference sample matches the evidence sample. And I test that hypothesis. And a negative result means, in some ways, the way a lot of analysts use it, means that I've negated that hypothesis. It is not this person. It is an exclusion. So the unfortunate thing is negative result is used when we exclude someone, which is a perfectly valid result. And it's also used when it's inconclusive. Sometimes people say it was a negative result. You can think of it like a COVID test or a pregnancy test. You can be negative for the pregnancy or the disease, or the test could not work. And some people will sometimes refer to that as negative. There was no evidence. There's no test. But in the case of the labs, what they're really doing when they have a reference sample, as they had in this case, they had 3 reference samples, for example, at Estrella, they're testing the hypothesis.
So what hypothesis in this case are they testing?
Did Lori Vallow contribute the hair? Did Chad Daybell contribute the hair? Did JJ contribute the hair? So they tested 3 hypotheses. And in each case got a negative, a valid, very sensitive and correct answer that none of those people contributed those hairs. So that's how negative is used in that setting.
Is it used in other settings as well?
Yeah, and like I said, it's a tricky term the way people use it. So I sometimes there's a phrase in our field, if I can say it, it's that the absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence. So you can't prove you weren't somewhere just because they didn't find you there. That sounds like it's true. And I've heard experts like myself say it on the stand. And years ago, I was asked on the stand, isn't it true? The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence. And then I realized, no, it is the evidence of absence. Of course, it's the evidence. And I know that because in cases where we've done exonerations, there's evidence that other people did the crime. And to say that, just because there's no evidence from an innocent person that's meaningless. It is meaningful. Things are tested. You test the
Objection, narrative.
hypothesis. Yeah.
Sustained.
Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
So again, if I could ask a question,
Yeah.
the hypothesis you were talking about is in regards to the absence of evidence and how it relates to the testing procedures. Is that correct?
Sometimes negative results are referred to as the absence of evidence, and that's incorrect. These are well done, carefully done tests that negate a hypothesis. Did this person contribute? And that's important evidence.
Okay. So if I understand you correctly, it's not just showing that his DNA or her DNA is not on anything. It's the fact that the hypothesis suggesting that that person in some way contributed to whatever is being tested has been negated, and that the hypothesis that that person has been involved in that is negated as well.
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
Is the hypothesis that the person is present is negated by an absence of evidence?
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
I would state it this way, that every piece of evidence can be weighed in terms of, does it favor one explanation or another? And so when we have a test where someone is excluded, that some people will refer to as negative, when we have a test where someone is excluded, it's up to the triers of fact to decide what hypotheses that favors. But it's evidence when someone is excluded. It's evidence when someone is included. The only thing that's not evidence is the inconclusive. You just forget about that one. But
in this,
positive and negative are important conclusions.
But would it be fair to say that in this particular case, there's an absence of Mr. Daybell's DNA on any of the items that you reviewed?
Yes, there's an absence of his evidence,
Okay.
of his sample, of his DNA.
And before we finish up, I would just like to touch on the fact that were the results that you reviewed in this case, were they valid?
Yeah, we check all their controls. And so they, anytime the lab's running a bunch of tests, they have some blank tubes with just the chemicals to make sure nobody's skin cells from the lab or the police got in there or whatever. And so the controls that we use in this case were standard controls at all three labs, and they all were okay. They were fine controls. So that's trustworthy.
They follow the proper testing procedures.
They follow the proper procedures, and they got good results with their controls.
They searched for the smallest or tiniest amount of DNA.
Very small amounts of DNA they searched for.
Significantly small?
I mean, as small as they can go. So generally, we're looking at just a few cells now. So,
Okay.
20, 40 cells is
there any indication that anything went wrong with their testing procedures?
No.
And they had all the proper controls?
Yes.
Now, I'd like to talk a little bit about with your familiarity with these testing labs. Do you have some sort of familiarity with Astrea?
Yes. Yeah. I know Dr. Ed Green, who's helped me on a particular case. His technology, I believe, helped found that company.
Okay.
So I helped him with I gave him his first case, really.
You gave him his first case?
I believe it was, yeah.
Okay.
It's here in Idaho, too.
And you know Bode Laboratory?
I've been to Bodie many times, or several times, and I was just on a panel or on a DNA panel with people from Bodie, so I know some of those folks who work there.
And the state police as well?
I know the state police folks pretty well. I see them at professional meetings. I visited the lab on occasion. Yeah.
So if I understand correctly, then you don't have any question about the procedures that they followed. Is that correct?
Not in this case, no.
What you question is maybe the range of what they decided to test.
I don't know who makes those decisions about what's being tested. I just know what ultimately gets tested. And in this case, 4 hairs were sent to Astrea. The very short, dark hair, it was called, and then the rest of them were brown hairs, 3 other brown hairs.
And then the hairs that weren't sent included blonde hairs.
That's correct.
Okay, Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Wood, when you're ready, cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Dr. Hampikian.
Good afternoon.
So you testified, you do run a lab at VSU.
I do.
Is that an accredited forensic laboratory?
Not for the type of evidence the state police run, no.
Okay.
Mr. Wood, I apologize for the interruption. Could I have a quick sidebar with counsel, please? The court wanted to clarify the matter, and I am allowing a brief reopening of the direct in order to address that exhibit, and then we'll go back to cross. So, Mr. Pryor, you may approach. Yes. And this relates to the proposed exhibit 49A.
And Judge, at this time, I'd move, and my understanding is by stipulation, to the admission of Exhibit 49A.
Okay, and that's the Astria report. Does the state have any objection to the admission of exhibit 49A defense?
No objection.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Exhibit 49A is admitted. Thank you, Mr.
And
Pryor.
I'm done, Judge. Thank you.
All right, and sorry on this exhibit again, do we have a separate 49 and 49A?
I believe there's a 49 and there's a 49A, Judge.
Okay, well, 49A is now admitted, which is paper copy of an Astria report. Thank you while we sort that out. Apologies for the interruption, Mr. Wood. You can commence and begin again or continue where you left off on your cross.
Thank you. Dr. Hampikian.
Yes.
Hello again.
Hi.
So you testified you do run a lab,
Yes.
but for actual testing in a criminal case, you would send that off to someone else.
We do now, yeah.
Was there a time when you tested it?
Yes, there was.
I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, you testified this lab you run that was not a forensically or an accredited forensic lab anymore? Or it is not a
We
forensic
never
accredited lab?
applied for the type of accreditation that Bodie and Estrella and the ISP lab have. We use the same procedure, same equipment, but we're an academic lab, and so we're not required to do that unless we wanted to take in, paid testing, which I don't want to do.
And you have a lot of students in your lab?
Yeah, I think 6 right now that are
Okay.
this summer.
Mr. Pryor spoke with you about the ISP testing.
Yes,
And did you review all of the lab reports for that testing?
I reviewed all I was given. I think I had all the reports. Yeah.
Did you review the test identifying the remains of Tylee Ryan?
Yes.
And you had no issues with that testing?
No.
Did you review the results of the test identifying JJ Vallow?
Yes.
And to be fair, it identified him to his biological father, Dennis Trahan, correct?
I believe, I can't remember, but it was a correct identification.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you, okay, so you didn't have any problem with that testing?
None at all. Mhm.
Did you review the testing of what appeared to be genetic material in the eye of a pickaxe?
Yes.
And did that testing, was it valid to you?
Yes.
On that same pickaxe, there was some testing done on what appeared to be a blood spot. Did you review that testing?
I believe they referred to it as the handle or
Yes.
yeah, the handle. Yep.
And that testing was fine with you?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And finally, there was some genetic material on the blade of a shovel. Did you review that testing?
Yes.
And that testing was met criteria for you?
Yes.
And you're aware, you spoke about the Estrella lab testing. You were aware of the hair that got sent to Bodie Labs?
Yes.
And do you remember who that hair was tested against?
I don't know who it was tested against. I remember it matched Lori Vallow, as I recall.
Okay. You wrote a report for this case, correct?
I wrote I wouldn't call it a report.
We
I
call
wrote
it a
what I was
summary.
going to testify to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your Honor, if I may have one moment.
You may.
Thank you. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Wood.
Again, permission, Judge?
Yes, redirect, Mr. Pryor.
And just very briefly, Dr. Hampinky, and in regards to the axe and the shovel,
Mhm.
Your testimony is that you acknowledge that there was valid samples on those for Tylee or for Tylee on those samples. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But isn't it true, Dr. Hampinkian? There is no accurate way to determine actually how those samples got on those tools, is there?
Not by anything that I can do with DNA.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Doctor.
Yep.
Judge, I have nothing else.
Okay. That will conclude the testimony of the witness then. Is he going to remain under subpoena by either the state or the defense, Mr. Pryor?
Judge, he's
Yes,
me
Judge.
first. Judge, he's going to be excused.
We don't have him under subpoena.
Okay, that'll conclude your testimony. Thank you for appearing and testifying today. You can step down.
And Judge, could we take a brief sidebar again? I apologize.
Yes. All right, at this time, after sidebar with council, we were talking about scheduling again. How we're going to proceed at this point is I am going to have the public excused from the courtroom. We are going to discuss some scheduling matters in the presence of the jury, but outside of the presence of the public. And so we'll take that up next. Ladies and gentlemen that are here from the public observing, thank you for complying with the courtroom conduct order today. I will note there won't be any additional testimony provided today. I am going to discuss the scheduling matter, though, with the jurors and council presence, with them allowed to make comments as well. So that will conclude the matter as it relates to the public proceedings in court today. The jury can remain seated. If we could have the courtroom cleared of the public, please. And case agent and the defense agent also are permitted to stay for these proceedings.
On this side of the bar, please rise. And all of you,
All right. We will see where this goes tomorrow.